Zakaria, how's it going? This is Chinese music. I used to live in China. This is what the Chinese houses, they have shops underneath their houses, at least in the cities. So this is what like the people would listen to downstairs. and I finally found it. They would listen to like a Chinese techno pop. You finally accepted your ancestors? My ancestors are smiling at me. Can you say the same? I was thinking about getting back into Skyrim, but I don't know. I feel like I've already played all of Skyrim. There was a time when I played Skyrim for the last time. I just didn't know it yet. Oh my god, there's like one stray hair that's like tickling my nose. Woo is playing in the water. That's what that sound was. I was looking over to one, like wondering what that sound was. I thought I left the stove on or something. But no, it's just Woo playing in the water bowl. Give me a sec.
我时常会想，如果是你陪我到最后，在心底的话就不用担心说不出口。可太多的不确定，你又在谁的左右？从前的秋马很慢，一心只爱一个人。如今太多的背叛，甚至都不敢认真。小心翼翼的我们，都以为对方会转身。可能是风太大了，把眼才会止不住的流。是我太差了吧，所以不能把你给拥有。很遗憾，本来都不是时候，只好默默的接受，连一张合照都没有，都算不上是朋友。大概是雨太大了吧，你才没有决定跟我走。是我太笨了吧，怎么就没勇气为你停留？我知道错过了你，连名带姓的彻底。为你的回忆变成我闭口不谈的秘密。我时常会想，如果是你陪我到最后，在心底的话就不用担心说不出口。可太多的不确定，你又在谁的左右？从前的车马很慢，一心只爱一个人。如今太多的背叛，甚至都不敢认真。小心翼翼的我们，都以为对方会转身。可能是风太大了吧，眼才会止不住的流。是我太差了吧，所以不能把你给拥有。很遗憾，本来都不是时候，只好默默的接受，连一张合照都没有，都算不上是朋友。大概是雨太大了吧，你才没有决定跟我走。是我太笨了吧，
无话不说。我怀念的是一起做梦，我怀念的是争吵以后还是想要爱你的冲动。我记得那年生日，也记得那一首歌，记得那片星空，紧紧的拥手，温暖的胸口，谁记得？
四下无人的街，帮夺目而出的泪，我还在纠结那些想进的无路可退，脑海中闪过的街市，光影下又离开了
Oh, he made a helmet. That's nice. Pretty sick. Good work, Zakaria. Yeah, it's pretty nice to pull off a project. Okay, wait, what's that? Hang on. I'm gonna sing. I was thinking about getting in touch with like there's these people making like Is it like Skywind or something? What kind of post nut clarity for Project Nova? I don't think. Well, Project Nova is gonna be a live service. It's gonna be a games as a service, microtransaction crap store. Just you wait. There's never gonna be that post nut clarity for Project Nova. I'm gonna milk the player base for all they've got. Just you wait. Andrew Wilson's taught me a lot. Not personally, indirectly. Gotta maximize those investor share. But I was saying, I was actually thinking about maybe getting in, or at least like saying hi to the Skywind creators. I think it's Skywind, right? Yeah. I messaged Jonah Loeb on fucking Instagram a while ago, but like these guys are doing some pretty cool stuff. But yeah, like maybe you can get in touch with them as well, because I'm a little bit too busy with Project Nova, Zakaria. But like stuff like this is definitely a good way to get your name out and get into the industry. Because I feel like you can make armor at or exceeding this quality already. So maybe you can go ask them, see if they have any. I don't know if they're paying. But yeah, a lot of really cool small indie projects like this would be something you can keep an eye out for. Yeah, I can make better than that, honestly. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. It's just something that Jonah Loeb said that maybe I should get into. I don't know how good that advice is. Even though he's like an industry veteran. Yeah. It does look like it's not paid work, unfortunately. It says volunteer. I mean, you can always do what I did. Just send Grinding Gear an email. Ask them if they have any work for you. See if you get lucky. That is if you want to work in AAA. Like, if you're after a AAA job, I think you have prospects there. Like you've seen like the stuff that people have made in AAA. I think your quality is there already. Yeah. Personally, dude, just like AAA is like it's a meat grinder, man. but it could be a good way to get experience. Their AI bot answer, they do not have a 3D Earth position. They have an AI bot now? What the fuck? Worst case worse, you can always make your own project. You can make you can make a Project Celestis. Oh yeah, Grinding Gear definitely leveled up their art. I think they've absorbed a lot of talent from Blizzard. Like, yeah. After all the shit Blizzard's pulled off of, like, I'm pretty sure a lot of Diablo staff went over to Grinding Gear. Project Celestis? That's the project where Zakaria makes his own IP and a video game and impresses us all. If I were starting out in the industry, like if I were in your shoes, I'd try to find work outside of the industry and just like work on my own project. I don't know. Maybe that's bad advice, but that's what I would personally do. It's pretty crazy to see, like, people with way more experience than you not have jobs or just get laid off, and then, like, not just get laid off, but not have a job for months after that. It's insane. Like people more skilled than me, like way more skilled. People have worked on industry defining like games. It's ridiculous. There's a LinkedIn post with that one dude. Like, he's wearing a McDonald's hat now because he has to provide for his family. And he's like a fucking, like, former director or something. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before. What's the equivalent of McDonald's there? Isn't like shawarma? Actually, it actually looks kind of fun working on at a shawarma place, like slicing off like ribbons of meat. Although it could probably be pretty tough work, hot and greasy work. I don't know. I worked as a gardener for 3 years while leveling up my art skills. It is probably the worst period of my life ever. One of them. There we go. Yeah, that sounds kinda not great. I mean, there's also Diablo 4. I noticed that that one guy, Michael Robinson, he liked your artwork. He tried to rope me into Blizzard. But I'm like, no, what about the milk stealing event? I don't want to be a part of that. But I mean, if you don't have any work experience, it could be a good thing to get hired by Blizzard. Yeah, either way, it's all fucking bleak. There's gotta be some indie projects out there that are cooking. The issue is funding. Funding's dried up. Like, there are a few people who wanted to hire me on LinkedIn, but they're trying really hard to find funding, but there's just no funding for anyone out there. Let's just live and see what happens. Yeah. You gotta live in the present. Very true. Where the heck is Rusty, by the way? Like, he hasn't showed up to my last stream. And he's late to this one. My number one hater is not here. I heard there's increased attacks on Kid, which makes me worried for him. But every time I see the news, increased bombings on Kiev. It's like, man, just slip in a coin. See if he doesn't show up for a few times in a row. Oh, that's that for Rusty, I guess. Oh shit, is he dead? I don't know. You should ping him on Discord. Yo, bro, you dead? I'm sure he's okay. Hopefully. I'm 75% sure that I'm 60% sure that he's alive. Yeah, Rusty's dead. He's dead to me. He hasn't shown up in 2 streams. You probably got a real friend. What's that supposed to mean? What's a real friend? It's probably because he called. It's probably because they called him a sissy on the bare metal forums. He's probably still crying himself to sleep. Man, I can't believe a developer called me sissy. I was asking, like, what does cis mean? Because I didn't know. There's like a discussion about like trans. And like I still don't know what cis means. Like SCIS. And it's like true, I actually didn't know what it means. I didn't know what it meant at the time. Like I either thought like this CIS mean I thought it meant like you're straight. Or either that or like you're like a sissy boy or something. So I called Rusty a sissy boy in a but I meant it as a joke. So I'm sure he's fine. I feel like he's emotionally robust enough to handle that. But you never know. No, CIS, not SIS. Yeah, like I actually still kind of don't really know what it means. Someone said that it's like you're happy with your gender. Like, you look it up and like what it has like Latin roots. He's alright. Is he though? Is he? I can be pretty crass at times. Sometimes I feel like maybe I shitpost too much online. And because I shitpost online so much, like no one wants to hire me. And maybe I'm like in my own, I'm like delusional about the industry. Actually, like the industry's fine, but nobody wants to hire me because I keep shitposting online. That could be it. That could be a reason. And actually, like everything's just perfectly fine except for me. You never know.
豆的笑容，都没你的甜，8月正午的阳光，都没你耀眼。180度的你，滴滴清纯的蒸馏水。你不知道你有多可爱，跌倒后会傻笑着再站起来。你从来都不轻言失败，对梦想的执着一直不曾更改。很开心当你对我说蒸馏水。
What is with this music like skipping everywhere? I'm not doing that. I'm not skipping the music. It's skipping itself. Yeah, these are all pop songs. These are all like Chinese pop songs.
你不知道你有多可爱，跌倒后会傻笑着再站起来。你从来都不轻言失败，对梦想的执着一直不曾更改。很开心当你对我说，不怕有我在，等着让我来。不敢对自己的梦想那坚定的模样。所有爱豆的笑容，都没你的甜。8月正午
It's actually a pretty old song. Like, I've heard this song like way back in like the early 2000s when I was in China. Not this remix, like the original song. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Have I visited the Terracotta Army? I have not. I think that's northern China. My family lives in the south. I have visited some of my ancestral homes though. I visited my ancestral home on my mother's side and also my ancestral home on my dad's side. And let me tell you, like, these ancestral homes are really fucking old. Like the ancestral home on my dad's side is like straight out of Mulan. But you can actually, like, it's insane just like seeing something that's so old. And like realizing, oh hey, this is where my bloodline began. Or like this is where a lot of my relatives lived. But yeah, you have like really kind of like ancient Chinese architecture. Like they have like the indoor court thing. Basically like the house is like shaped like a donut almost, and there's like a indoor outdoor court kind of thing going on. And on my mom's side, the ancestral home is actually kind of like a farm. So we have like a very like a city kind of not like a city, like my dad's side they lived in the city, and my mom's side they lived in the countryside. I should have taken photos. I didn't have a good camera at the time though. It was a while ago. Like early 2000s. Like iPhones were just kind of showing up. I didn't have one at the time. But yeah, China is a lot like the UK or like any other country with a really long history. Everywhere you go, you're stepping on history. So like, even though if I haven't been to like the Terracotta Army, I've probably like been somewhere famous in China. I just can't recall right now. What's this song? I don't recognize this song. Yeah, there's a lot of... Chinese history is pretty fucking brutal. A lot of civil wars, especially. It's like Chinese people hate themselves more than anyone else. You know what that means? It means I'm of a exceptional hardy stock. Like, think about it. My ancestors survived that shit. That means maybe like some of my genetic makeup has been has been fueled by human cannibalism. Although, to be fair, I would assume most people have that, well, if you go back far enough, basically everyone's related anyway. It is true. You go back far enough, like there's like a fish that grew legs, you know, and that was our great grandparent or something. Man, I can't believe it's already Sunday. Where did this weekend go? Oh, I was out Saturday. I had stuff to do. I had to go meet with renovation. I actually had to go outside my house yesterday. That's why this weekend feels so short. Yeah, hopefully I didn't catch anything. You ever play Mass Effect? I'm like the Quarian from Mass Effect. The house is my my biohazard suit. It's my PPE. Personal protective equipment. Going outside, I might catch the Raccool disease or something. Oh wait, Raccool disease is Star Wars, not Mass Effect. The same thing. I always try getting into No Man's Sky, but I always fail. I just feel like No Man's Sky feels kind of empty. I don't know. I just feel like maybe the story isn't compelling enough. They don't have any. The issue with No Man's Sky is they don't have any like characters. They don't have anyone like you can connect to. Like No Man's Sky, what they need. No Man's Sky needs like they need like a Cade from Destiny 2. They need a Shaxx. They need characters. They need a Vazala. They need a Saint 14. They don't have any of that. They have some pretty impressive procedural stuff going on, but like I can't remember a single character from No Man's Sky. It's very not memorable to me. Very forgettable game. Even though I know I had fun because I put in I think a couple 100 hours into the game, right? Yeah, I played like 130 hours. It's just like it's such a. There's no characters to drive a story. Like there's No Man's Sky needs to create a reason for players to invest their time. I know it's like a sandbox game, so like, oh yeah, it's a sandbox game. You can go in and do whatever you want. But I feel like that's not good enough. Yeah. So you know exactly what I mean. Like after a certain amount of time, it's like, man, it's kind of like, oh, what am I doing here? There's no purpose, which is something that a lot of games need to be really successful. Like take Warframe. So Warframe, the introduction to Warframe is very powerful. Like you don't know who you are. You have this character called the Lotus speaking to you over the comms, giving you instructions like you're some kind of secret agent, some kind of secret space ninja agent. You have no idea what's going on, but there is a hook there. You do have an identity. There's a compelling character. There is a purpose for you to exist and do things in the game. Is your internet messing up again, Zakaria? And like Destiny 2, I already covered, but you wake up as a new light. Or if you're an OG player of Destiny 2, you crash into the tower. You have to defend the tower. You've been summoned to the tower to defend it because it's been invaded by the Cabal during the Red War. So those are two powerful hooks. Like the first one is more powerful, I would say, because your hub is under attack. All these characters that you haven't really met yet, or maybe you have met in Destiny 1, they need your help. What do you have in No Man's Sky? You have you spawn on a planet next to a crash ship, and you get like a strange signal. And they walk you through the motions of like surviving and crafting. I don't think that's a very compelling way to start a game. Your internet is down water. Yeah. That's kind of like the internet I've had when I was living in China. Well, I feel like Warframe kind of I feel like they've I don't know. They seem to have lost the narrative. They seem to have lost how to like craft a compelling narrative. Like that said, like all of our Warframes, the player is so fucking powerful now in Warframe. You press one button, the entire screen dies. So, like, it's a power fantasy, but how do you create a good narrative with that kind of power level? I think it's quite hard to do that. I think Path of Exile suffers from the same issue as well. Their hook isn't very strong, and they've been criticized for this before. Like, okay, so you are like a former prisoner. You escape. Okay, so there's Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2. I would say, like, the issue with their games is that you don't care about their about the NPCs. Like, I think the only actually compelling character was like Nessa from Path of Exile 1. Like, there was a point where you do kind of care about Nessa. Like, she gets abducted and gets turned into like a mermaid. So there is kind of like a chase to like protect her. But I can't really think of like any other really compelling narrative where like the player would actually care about what's going on in the story. trying to think of other games, but I'm drawing blanks right now. I think I know what the issue with Warframe is. Like after you figure out like who you really are, like you're like a space tenno controlling a mech suit. I feel like the narrative kind of got lost after that. Maybe they aren't. Maybe they haven't crafted good enough villains or something, or I don't know. It feels like nothing in that game really matters that much. I think what they could have done is they could have gone in like the Star Wars direction. Like I guess they have like, so they have the Grineer and they have the Corpus, but none of them have the same truly sinister feel as the Empire. Like all of their big bads are kind of goofy. I think that's their issue. They don't know how to write compelling villains. Like genuinely horrible villains that players will fucking hate. And that would compel the players to bring in their most powerful frames and wage war against. Like they don't have that. Like they have, I think their big bad right now is like the man in the wall, but really? That just doesn't seem like a very, it's too abstract to actually like be compelling to fight against. It has to be a little bit more down to earth than like the man in the wall. They've gotten a little bit too weird. They've chimmed a bit too hard with their writing, I think.
不好，一上秤又胖了不少。
我想说，其实你很好，你自己却不知道，真心的对我好，不要求回报。爱一个人，希望他过更好，打从心里暖暖的，你比自己更重要。都可以随便的，你说的我都愿意去，像火车带动的旋律。都可以是真的，你说的我都会相信，因为我完全信任你。细腻的喜欢，毛
I kind of want to make another coffee. Give me a sec. You left me talking all alone? No, it's fine. Like, these videos are recorded, so... Like, I mean, people are gonna rewatch them. I wanna listen to something.
There is no one who is better at getting in Randy Pitchford's way than Randy Pitchford. Bro needs to stay off the internet because the stuff he spouts sometimes just leads to what is essentially a chaotic scenario for PR. I really do feel bad for Gearbox's PR folks because they're trying their best and all of that is marred by Randy Pitchford saying one or two just really awful and unnecessary things that
does
lead
this look
to
dirty
optics
when I'm
changing for
grinding
the worse.
coffee?
So
does it look like I'm jacking off when I'm doing this? Okay, good. It doesn't. I was a bit worried.
So many of you may have heard by now, but most recently, Randy Pitchford responded to a fan inquiring about concerns on Borderlands 4 costing $80. Borderlands 4 being Gearbox's next big entry. And look, if you're a Borderlands fan, it's a game that looks fun and made just for you. But Randy Pitchford is not doing the game any favors with the response he provided to this inquiry. Randy, this game better not be $80. Don't take that risk. A lot of gamers aren't going to pay $80 and feed this notion of constant increase of the price tag. You're the CEO. You have some say with the price when it comes to your publisher. $80 games being a kind of recent concern. Nintendo kickstarted that with Mario Kart World being priced at $80 among other games. Xbox recently announced that their games throughout the holidays and beyond will be $80. So it's, with Nintendo kickstarting this, it's becoming very clear that games will slowly but surely start to normalize the $80 price tag. And here's what Randy Pitchford had to say in response to that. A, not my call. B, and this is the real stinger, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. My local game store had Starflight for Sega Genesis for $80 in 1991 when I was just out of high school working minimum wage at an ice cream parlor in Pismo Beach, and I found a way to make it happen. That is perhaps the douchiest response Randy Pitchford could have given, basically insinuating that if you're a real fan, you'll bend over backwards to pay for our product. Otherwise, you're not a real fan. He's basically insinuating that what defines a real fan is their willingness to give anything and everything to acquire a product of an IP rather than the genuine love and the connection that they share with the product, the brand, the IP, with the franchise. It's just an incredibly shitty thing to insinuate, and as you can imagine, the backlash was swift and immediate. You can already see the kind of ratio that this post has garnered, with over 4.1 thousand replies, over 2.1 thousand retweets, and only a couple hundred likes. People responding by saying stuff like, "Dog, we are not paying $80 for a Borderlands game, fully knowing you'll do multiple season passes that cost another $100, and you'll probably sell weapon skins too." Here's somebody else saying that has to be one of the worst CEO replies from recent memory. This is on the level of EA responding to Star Wars Battlefront 2's insufferable grind with, "It was all to provide a sense of pride and accomplishment." Here's somebody else saying, "Implying people aren't real fans if they don't fork over $80 for the game sounds like a Reddit user logic. Come on, man." Everybody disliked that, so on and so forth. You can scroll down and read tons of comments that echo similar sentiments. The backlash was so bad that developers from other studios even commented on this. You've got Michael Dowse here from Larian Studios, the developers of Baldur's Gate 3, one of the most celebrated games of all time and one of the most consumer-friendly as well, saying, "Inflation exists. We give inflation bumps, for example, to employees, and price increase can make sense, but saying real fans will find a way is gross because it assumes your game is more important during a cost of living crisis than, for example, making it day to day. Real fans are people who love and understand what you do, keep track and engage with their shit regardless of how much they spend." Couldn't have said it better myself. And that's what makes Randy Pitchford's comments worse. It's the timing. He said that during a time when we're in an economic crisis, when the economy is woefully uncertain and people are struggling to get basic necessities. And he's saying, well, you're going to find a way to pay $80 for Borderlands 4 because that's what real fans do. Just a disgusting notion. It's also worth noting that the example that Randy Pitchford provides about how he purchased Starlight for Sega Genesis for $80 back in 1991 when he was just out of high school working minimum wage, highlighting that as a core point for his argument is just awful, given that, yeah, when you're in high school, you don't have all these other responsibilities, whereas plenty of folks who want to get Borderlands 4 might be adults who are looking after their families and whatnot, who have all these other financial responsibilities that may make an $80 purchase far more significant feeling. There's more at stake with every dollar that they make than a student from high school working minimum wage. They have more to deal with than a high school student who's getting support from their parents. The notion that real fans will make it happen is already pretty bad, but it's just so inconsiderate to compare everyone's lives as his own when he was in high school, when you've got so many people who have so many folks depending on their financial stability and on every dollar that they earn and spend. You've got major content creators who are Borderlands fans also commenting on this, saying things like, "It's incredible how Borderlands 4 went from a guaranteed purchase for me to something I'm not remotely interested in solely thanks to Randy Pitchford. This guy's genuinely just PR kryptonite in human form." That's what I'm saying. Randy Pitchford has been such a PR liability for so many years when it comes to Gearbox releases. He needs to stay off the internet and stop marring the efforts of Gearbox's PR department. I really do feel so bad for them because Randy Pitchford keeps starting fires for them. Here's another Borderlands content creator who responded to Randy Pitchford's comment with a following post. "Gearbox, Borderlands 4 is going to be absolutely amazing. Also, Gearbox, why is Randy at the keyboard? Saying if you're real fans, you'll pay what the game costs in the current climate is tone deaf and you're driving off the people that were excited for the game. Here's one more response from a Borderlands content creator for good measure. Best course of action is for Randy to apologize for miswording his thoughts and then stop tweeting. Not your job to prize the game and not your job to defend it either. Not fair on the devs to fuck Borderlands 4's hype like this. And then this content creator made another good point by saying the worst part about the Randy situation is that either the game drops at $80 and people are outraged, or the game drops at the normal price and he caused a major PR shitstorm for no reason, or PR shit show for no reason. Absolute lose-lose situation for him. Stay offline, dude. His impulse-driven posts that ultimately contribute nothing except adding fuel to fires or starting fires that shouldn't be there in the first place, that didn't need to be there in the first place. You've even got game publishers like Devolver Digital making fun of Randy Pitchford, saying you're gonna be able to buy Myco Punk for you and 3 of your friends for the price of 1 copy of Borderlands 4. This is in response to IGN's coverage of how Randy Pitchford said that if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen when it comes to paying $80 for Borderlands 4. Devolver Digital's post went on to garner millions of views and tens of thousands of likes. Now, Randy Pitchford tried to slap back with a cheeky response saying, Myco Punk is cheaper than a point of meth, probably has fewer side effects too. But it didn't garner the level of attention that Devolver Digital's original tweet did. It didn't garner that level of positivity. Nobody's really rooting for Randy Pitchford. People saying things like, I'm just gonna pirate Borderlands 4, or please stop, just apologize and move on. This isn't fair on your developers. If you care about them, just do the right thing, dude. Randy, we're begging you to stop. Borderlands 4 had so much hype and it's being ruined in a day. Let people want to like and support the game and all the amazing people who made it. Just stop sabotaging yourself. Stop sabotaging your own products and major releases like Borderlands 4, and stop sabotaging the efforts of your entire studio. Now, Randy Pitchford recently attended PAX East, and during a panel, he was asked about this whole controversy involving what he said and what response he gave to a fan saying, please don't price Borderlands 4 at $80. Here's what he had to say. This is something that Randy Pitchford made up.
Give me a sec.
Point to feature on his official Twitter page. So this is the clip that he wants all of us to see.
What would the game's price be? That's an interesting one. I don't know this.
The price, really, now? I'll tell you the truth. I don't know. And that is the truth. I'll hit it. I'll hit it straight on. And it's an interesting time, right? We've got the on one level, we've got a competitive marketplace where people want to, where the people that make those choices want to sell as many units as possible, and they want to be careful about people that are price sensitive. So there's some folks that don't want to see prices go up, even the ones deciding what the prices are. There's other folks accepting the reality that game budgets are increasing and there's tariffs for the retail packaging, and like, it's getting gnarly out there, you guys. Borderlands 4 has more than twice the development budget than Borderlands 3. More than twice.
Well, that's your choice.
The truth is, I don't know what the price is going to be. I do know that we will be opening pre-orders soon, TM, and that will be when the price is set. I think that Borderlands 4, here's the philosophy we have. Whatever the price is, we're entertainers. Yes, we want to get more resources so we can make bigger and better games. There's a reason why Borderlands 4 is so awesome. It's because you guys showed up and supported Borderlands 3. And we had the budget, so we could more than double the budget and feel confident in that.
But you don't have to more than double the budget.
When the revenue
You don't have to do that.
To make bigger games and better games.
That's unsustainable for budgets to inflate at that level.
To have it. You know, we want to make it as easy as possible for everybody to enjoy what we're creating. So it's a weird thing, but the fundamental philosophy is we want people to buy it so we have the resources to make more, but we want everyone who buys and plays a Gearbox game to feel certain that they got the better end of the bargain. Whatever the price is, that they got the best value. And that's the philosophy that we live by. And so we're going to have a price set soon, and it might be the new price that like Nintendo and Microsoft have led with. It might be
$80.
We stay back. It's going to be the people at the publishing house that decide that. And if it is cheaper, then maybe we'll sell you that mini map that you guys want that we'll develop later. How bad do you want that? $10? I don't know. I'm just kidding. Or am I? I'm just kidding. Or am I? I'm just kidding. Or am I? I don't know. We'll know soon.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be fine, whatever it ends up being. I think it's going to be amazing, whatever it is. Borderlands is fucking amazing, and it's worth it. It's worth it. Yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, customers will decide whether an $80 purchase is worth it, but you do not insinuate that those who cannot afford the extra $10, those who cannot afford $80, those who cannot afford to buy the game, whatever the price is, period, aren't real fans. That is a surefire way to ensure that you alienate your community, because not everyone within your community is able to afford video games at that price point on a consistent level. Some people can buy, a handful of games every year because that's just their budget. They're trying to survive, and along the way, they're trying to, make purchases that are more on the luxury side, but offer some quality of life and entertainment, and that's video games. And when they make a purchase that is $80, they are very kind of deliberately considered about which game to get, because they can only afford so many of those every year because of the conditions of living. And when you say those people who maybe will decide that, I might have to skip Borderlands 4 because it's $80 rather than $70, when you insinuate those people are not real fans because they're not finding a way to make it work, you sound like a scumbag. There are real fans out there who want to play Borderlands 4 more than anything, but their situation might not just allow it, and that does not make them any less of a fan than the people who can't afford to spend $80 on this game. And you can talk about budgets and growing ambitions for IPs all you want, but that is a choice that doesn't need to be made. Games don't have to inflate when it comes to budget to that level. They don't have to be twice as big as the previous game. All we want is something that's densely packed, that offers some innovations and evolutions in the formula, and just a good game that doesn't have to be, hundreds and hundreds of hours long. There's a way forward where budgets and the number of people on a development team and the ambitions of a game are kept in check and at a reasonable level while still being able to achieve critical acclaim. Just look at how Clear Obscure Expedition 33 did. That was essentially a game with a AA budget, but with AAA ambitions and with a strong vision that allowed that game to become as critically acclaimed as it did. And it had all of the kind of aura of a AAA game, but its budget and the manpower surrounding it wasn't anywhere near what a lot of the big AAA games are. And it still managed to be one of the best games ever made, and one of the best games this year. Many are saying it's the front runner for Game of the Year easily. So you can achieve that much without doubling your budget every year. But at least Randy Pitchford gave a response here that was perceived as somewhat reasonable and constructive, with people saying that this was a perfect response and you should have left it as is. This was a perfect answer. Genuinely think you should start doing more video replies to tweets. Will help convey your tone better. So on and so forth, though others are not convinced, and others still don't like the fact that Randy Pitchford hasn't really apologized for what he said about how if you don't pay $80 for this game, you're not a real fan. Now, Randy Pitchford did make an attempt at apologizing via the following post published just 2 days ago on May 28th, 2025. I'll read this for you. Just suffice to say that this apology didn't quite land the way he thought it would. Here's what he had to say. I am sorry there was a misunderstanding. He did not say, I am sorry for my words. He did not say, I'm sorry that I insinuated that you're not a real fan if you don't shell out the money for Borderlands 4, whatever it costs. He's saying, I'm sorry there was a misunderstanding. And that by itself is already within the first sentence of this apology, people are like, this is not a good apology. He continues, the absolute sincere truth is that I don't want anyone to pay any more than they should or are comfortable with, and I always work with the intent and hope that a customer always feels they got the better end of the deal no matter what they pay. The actual context was that a guy replied to a post about Borderlands 4 on the Nintendo Switch 2 was warning me that if the price ends up being $80, the game will fail. What I was trying to do was explain that it wasn't my call, but that if a $10 price increase does happen, since that's obviously where the industry is going, it'll be okay, and that Borderlands 4 will be okay because it's a great game and there are a lot of fans who will see the value and want it. but that's just literally not how the post read at all. The wording was very specific. Real fans will find a way to make it work. Real fans will make sure that they will set everything else aside and spend their hard-earned money on Borderlands 4 because that's what a real fan does, regardless of extenuating circumstances. That's exactly what was said in that tweet. But he continues, I think my trying to shorthand that using the phrase real fans triggered some people, and I saw that it got inflated as if I was making some big statement. I wasn't. I was just trying to help someone who I thought was sincerely worried about us and looking out for us. That's not at all what the original tweet read like, but sure. And I could see that it was being pressed into the idea that I was taking the audience for granted, which is a super shitty look, but it was not at all my intent and does not reflect at all how I feel. The sincere truth is that I'm grateful that anyone likes our games and humble that so many fans show up to enjoy and support what we do. As an artist, I don't want prices to go up because I want everyone to have access to what we create. I get that business is a thing and that the market and economy are driving prices up, and sooner or later we're going to have to all adapt to that so that the creative engine can make at least as much as it spends to provide us with amazing content. Whatever the case, I'm here to try to entertain people, and my priority has always been to try to add some joy and happiness and creativity to the world. To whatever extent I succeed at that, I'm grateful and honored and take on every effort with passion and humility. May I recommend you consider the people who create entertainment you enjoy are actual real people who sincerely are working to try to make cool stuff? Well, may I recommend that you consider that the people who purchase your products at whatever price point are also human beings who have lives to live and are going through some stuff, and the reason that they're requesting that games don't be priced at $80 and they remain at $60 or $70 is because of very human elements, very human struggles that are ongoing currently because of the state of the world. Maybe if you considered that, you wouldn't have posted a tweet that would have so obviously enraged a community that feels like you're very ungrateful and are taking fans for granted when you say things like you're essentially saying things like you're not a real fan if you don't spend $80, or if you are a real fan, you'll find a way to make whatever price point is for this game work because that's what fans do. Maybe treat the customers as people if you want to be treated as people. He continues, I've dedicated my life to video games as entertainment, and I have made the choice to be accessible on here. I don't want to let edge cases ruin that for the majority of people who find value in using this medium for a positive connection. But I cannot help that there's a part of me that doesn't want to at least try to help those that don't get it to gain some perspective and some dignity in how they choose to interact. Except the way you choose to interact just leads to a lot of, either misunderstandings or you kind of revealing a part of yourself that people can peek into and say, so that's what you really think about us, huh? Regardless of what the case actually is, whether Randy Pitchford feels one way or the other, it doesn't change the fact that the words are said, and once you say the words, there's no putting the genie back in the bottle, and the words you chose for that tweet were so specific that it's hard to really interpret it any other way. There was no real misunderstanding. You just chose your words poorly, or you let your intentions kind of slip through a little bit and you had to obfuscate it again. Whatever the case, not a good look, and that's all entirely your fault, Randy, not the people who read the words exactly as they were written by you. He continues, I'm not claiming I'm perfect, but I don't deserve any less latitude than anyone else. I choose to think of others with the most amount of charity, and I'm often surprised to discover some that jump to the worst possible way to consider a thing as doing that is just counter to my nature. The fact that he's trying to garner any semblance of sympathy from the fans saying, well, I'm a person too and I'm doing my best, it's not sitting well with people when he himself hasn't kind of shown a level of grace that kind of matches the level of apology that should be there because of what he said to fans, saying that they're not real fans if they're not able to shell out $80, that real fans will find a way. So you've got posts responding to Randy Pitchford's apology that say things like, if you respected the players as much as you claim and further have been doing this for as long as you claim, you wouldn't have said, if you're a real fan, you'll make it happen. That's not the kind of mistake a good CEO makes, respectfully. Gaslighting and acting like it was the players who misunderstood what you said is not acceptable either. That's not an apology. That's a refusal of accountability. I do concur with this. You are a CEO. Surely you've had at least some minimal training in public relations, but the statement you made suggests quite the opposite. As far as the cost of the game, don't try and justify it by blaming the market. You developers and CEOs, as well as your shareholders, have been waiting for an incident to happen that would allow all of you to increase prices on these games, which is also 100% true. They all say, oh, we got to increase the prices because of inflation. But the thing is, again, as I said before, budgets ultimately decided by the publishers and developers, and there's ample evidence out there that you don't need to have overblown budgets and overblown teams and overblown ambitions to make awesome games. And yet, for some reason, that's the path they continue to take. And then beyond that, it's not as if we're seeing the base price of games increase and microtransactions lessen. They just want every possible monetization avenue possible. They are able to get by with pricing games at $70 and selling DLCs and microtransactions and all these things, but they will also increase the price by $10 to $80 and still include all the things, all the other monetization tactics, because they just want all the money in the world. They don't want to make enough money. They want to make money from as many avenues as possible. So the increase of the base price of games is not about, oh, this is the only way for us to make games. It's just, this is how we can make even more money, because they want infinite growth. They want to appease shareholders. That's really what that price increase is in large part about. This statement continues from this user who ratioed Randy Pitchford. The market is actually not heading towards the direction of vastly inflated game price points, as you claim. There are a multitude of game developers who have created beautiful experiences for players for only $50 to $60 in 2025. And hell, you've got, Elden Ring Night Rain that recently launched, which is a smaller scale kind of multiplayer Elden Ring experience, but they priced that at $40, knowing that
I think Night Rain is a bad comparison here, because Night Rain is built using pre-existing assets, and also it's sitting at mixed on Steam right now, so it's not really good.
Was a smaller scale game. So yeah, that model is possible. And Clear Obscure Expedition 33, like basically game of the year, one of the best games ever made, one of the best JRPGs ever made. That's $50, despite looking like it could be priced at $70. He continues, you guys aren't the victims in the industry. The players are, as a result of you higher up sitting in your executive boardroom with your shareholders trying to figure out how you can take more money from the players. They're not trying to balance things in such a way where players can spend just the right amount of money. They're trying to make sure players spend all the money in the world. This statement continues. You've yet to release an official statement to the tens of thousands of players you alienated with your comments.
68%.
The best you can seemingly do is release a toxic gaslighting
getting close to
apology
the
yet again,
70%
shifting
mark.
the blame onto the players by acting as if they misunderstood what you said. When again, like the words that Randy Pitchford typed and posted could not be interpreted in any other way, really. So either Randy has just like comprehension issues, or he is just really that tone deaf to his own words, or he genuinely feels that way where real fans would pay $80, but now is backpedaling because the backlash got so bad. Either way, it hasn't paved the road to people trusting in Randy Pitchford, especially when his apologies continue to kind of not meet satisfaction. This response statement finishes with, it was clear you had zero sympathy for players who were concerned about the prospect of Borderlands 4 costing $80. So yeah, pretty scathing words from just this one comment alone, but scrolling down you'll find that nobody has been particularly receptive to this so-called apology that doesn't feel very apologetic to the exact wordage that Randy Pitchford chose. And one of the things this has led to is that all of the other Borderlands games have been review bombed. If you go to recent reviews on Borderlands 1, you'll find that recent reviews are sitting at a score of 23% from 592 user reviews. Borderlands 2 is in a similar position, 23% from 1,895 user reviews. And finally, Borderlands 3 also sitting at mostly negative with recent reviews, with a 34% score from over 1,700
players
user
looking for
reviews.
games.
Now, it's not just Randy Pitchford's words, what he said about if you're a real fan, you'll make it work, that's causing this review bombing. People have also kind of taken to criticizing Take-Two's end-user license agreement. Some people recently just took a look at that and found that there are some elements in there that they don't feel comfortable with. Scrolling down to the reviews of any one of the 3 Borderlands games, you'll find posts talking about the terms of service, some kind of going into extreme detail saying things like Take-Two and 2K Games have updated all their games' terms of service. This extends beyond the Borderlands franchise. Some of the important information in the terms of service include how mods are a bannable offense, display of cheats and exploits is bannable, even if you're using it in a non-MMO, non-shared world, single-player or contained multiplayer experience like Borderlands. Furthermore, forced arbitration clause and a waiver of class action and jury trial rights for all users residing in the United States and any other territory other than Australia, Switzerland, the UK, or the territories of the European Economic Area. Forced arbitration meaning that you have to settle any legal disputes with the company one-on-one, which is an advantageous position for companies who tend to win about 90% of those. This forced arbitration clause just makes it so it's more difficult to take the company to court. Furthermore, you can be banned for using a VPN while connecting to online servers. You cannot access game content on a virtual PC. And the best for last, they reserve the right to modify this agreement in whole or in part at any time. That's on top of clauses suggesting that they're collecting all kinds of data, combined with the fact that they gain root access to your, like PC, for example, to make sure you're not cheating and stuff like that. Now, a lot of what's in Take-Two's EULA or End User License Agreement, it's nothing new necessarily. It's something that you can see across many other titles. So, for example, things like root level access. A lot of multiplayer games utilize that. Ones that are dependent on players not cheating, they want to make sure by gaining root level access that they're able to track stuff like that. Furthermore, when it comes to Take-Two's End User License Agreement, that was updated a little further back than you think. It was sometime in late February that the EULA changed, but I guess a lot of people started noticing it more recently, sort of around mid-May. And there are folks noting that even if the EULA was updated back in February, it's not like it was changed drastically. A lot of the stuff that's in there was already in there for many years. So, I guess it's more of like the awareness surrounding what EULAs demand from players is just gaining more traction and more notice. And with Borderlands having kind of been put in this controversial situation because of Randy Pitchford, people are looking for more reasons to kind of stay away from Borderlands and Take-Two in general, as the EULA is just a Take-Two, a kind of all-encompassing EULA rather than a Borderlands-specific EULA. So yeah, sentiments on that front are mixed, but for some reason, it's something that's garnered a lot of traction as of late, on top of Randy Pitchford's comment adding fuel to the fire. Now, I'll be curious to see whether this controversy ultimately has some kind of long-term effect on Borderlands 4 sales, but this is the situation, this is where we're at, and I'd love to hear what your thoughts and opinions are on Randy Pitchford's words in regards to $80 price point for Borderlands 4 and how real fans will make it work. Do you think this will be detrimental enough to the PR of Borderlands 4 that it will severely negatively impact the sales, or do you think it'll make no difference? And for you personally, if you're looking forward to getting Borderlands 4, has Randy Pitchford saying that changed your mind about your purchase of the game at all, or is it something that you are deciding to move on from and still get the game as long as it's a good product? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
Okay, well that was it. That's all I wanted to watch. I save it. I haven't saved it in a while. What is this? There's like an extra mesh in here. What the fuck? Where did that come from? Get rid of it. I feel like this could be better. There's still room, a lot of room for improvement. It's like not manly enough. I think I need to like T-pose this and then make some adjustments to the plate layout here, the plate structure.
爱豆的笑容，都没你的甜，8月正午的阳光，都没你耀眼。180度的你，滴滴青春的蒸馏水。你不知道你有多可爱，跌倒后会傻笑着再站起来。你从来都不轻言失败，对梦想的执着一直不曾更改。很安心，当你对我说不怕有我在，放着让我来，不敢追自己的梦想那坚定的模样。所有爱豆的笑容，都没你的甜，8月正午的阳光，都没你耀眼。热爱180度的你，滴滴青春的蒸馏水。在这独一无二属于我的时代，不怕失败来一场痛快的热爱。热爱180度的你，滴滴青春的蒸馏水。在这独一无二属于我的时代，莫忘了初心常在，痛快去热爱。热爱180度的你，滴滴青春的蒸馏水。都有活力盛开，再次回到最佳的状态，可以都有。
3, 2, 1, yeah.
你不知道你有多可爱，跌倒后会傻笑着再站起来。你从来都不轻言失败，对梦想的执着一直不曾更改。很安心，当你对我说不怕有我在，放着让我来，不敢追自己的梦想那坚定的模样。所有爱豆的笑容，都没你的甜，8月正午的阳光，都没你耀眼。热爱180度的你，滴滴青春的蒸馏水。在这独一无二属于我的时代，不怕失败来一场痛快的热爱。热爱180度的你，滴滴青春的蒸馏水。在这独一无二属于我的时代，莫忘了初心常在，很快去热爱。热爱180度的你，滴滴青春的蒸馏水。都有活力盛开，再次回到最佳的状态，可以都有活力盛开。
If you in the party, let me see your hands up. If you in the party, let me see your hands up. If you in the party, let me see your hands up. Let me see your hands up.
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Your hands up. If you in the party, let me see your hands up. If you in the party, let me see your hands up. If you in the party, let me see your hands up. Let me see your hands up. Let me see your hands up.
Oops. Awful lot of polygonal waste here. It needs to be one more lane here. Maybe two. I was listening to that. What is up with this DJ? Frustrating. Times. There's only so many times we can listen to cyberpunk music. There's only so many times. There's only so many times you can listen to Final Fantasy. Or Baldur's Gate. The thing is, like, YouTube is an international website, but it's very Western centric. So I feel like they don't have the same protections for, like, in this case, Chinese musical artists, right? Which allows me to stream this music without my stream getting turned off. Because I feel like if I stream remix music using like popular American music, this stream would have been gone like 5 minutes in, easy. Right? Like, imagine if I streamed like Katy Perry or something in the background, or whatever it's popular these days. Imagine if I streamed with like some Lady Gaga music on. Like the music detector would have found that shit so fast. So I'm stuck with game music. Really, really old, like 40s and 50s kind of music. Like boomer music. Or maybe like international music, which is less well known. Or like in different languages, which make it harder for YouTube to suss out. I could just make my own music too. I can sing to you, Zakaria. I can sing you the song of my people. But no one wants to hear that. So we'll just have to stick with what we have, unfortunately. What is this song? Very cute song. Not really my vibe though. Like there needs to be more articulation here. Not enough articulation. Any art or game related events happening in Malaysia at all? Well, Larian opened their studios here. EA also has studios in KL now. So I can join I can join the world's worst company, Electronic Arts, if I wanted to. Other than that, I don't really know of any other event. Oh shit. Okay, let's go unfreeze. Hopefully. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Okay, we can't. Yeah. Unfreeze. There we go. Now we edit. Whoa, what the fuck? Libra just crashed. Oh. Hopefully we didn't lose too much progress. I think we lost a fair amount of progress. Okay, so we lost this. It's fine. We can just add that in. Yeah, I'm not interested in joining an outsourced studio. I think that's a good way to kill any enjoyment I have left working in games. I think outsourcing studios, it's a really good way to get abused. If you ever feel like you don't have enough, if you feel like you have too much self-esteem and your life is too good, you should join an outsourcing studio. I've just heard way too many horror stories coming from outsource. Like it's not even on the table. We're not doing outsource studio. You're basically a developer, but you have like zero anything. Have you heard of that one outsourcing studio here in Malaysia? I forgot what it's called. But yeah, they're like working on like really big names like Age of Empires and stuff. I think if I remember correctly, one of the employees killed herself because she was like really abused. But yeah, you get what you get for what you pay. So if what is this song? The songs are getting weirder and weirder. Let's go listen to something else. Probably like switch it up a bit. Let me go see if I can find it. Ah, yeah, Brandoville Studios. Let me go find you the link. There's actually a I think there's actually a YouTube video about this. We can watch that if you like. So this is gonna be why I don't join outsource. Yeah, it's this one. 100 slaps by People Make Games. It's 50 minutes long.
The story you're about to hear should have already ricocheted across the games industry this year and cemented itself as one of the very worst scandals in its history. And I think that's exactly what would have happened had the people involved lived and worked in California or in Paris or in Tokyo rather than in Jakarta. Instead, outside of Southeast Asia, it's like nothing has even happened. Today we're going to try and do our best to remedy that, but first I need to provide you with this significant list of content warnings and just say to you that the stories you're going to hear today are at times really unpleasant, but the reason we're sharing them is because the people involved want as many of you to see and hear what they went through as possible. In early September, I was sent video footage of an Indonesian game artist called Krista Sydney slapping herself across the face 100 times. With her permission, I'm going to play a very short section of that video here, and I obviously need to warn you that it's distressing to watch. Now, the reason I was sent that footage was because back in 2021, I'd actually spoken to Krista Sydney about her job and her relationship with her employers for a story I was working on about outsourced labour in the video games industry. She told me back then that everything was going really great, which was surprising to me because it didn't exactly line up with what I'd heard from many of her co-workers who felt exhausted and overworked. But what I didn't know until now is that Krista had been suffering in a way I could not have even imagined at the time. Because that video you just watched a very short clip from, Krista claims to have recorded that and then sent it to her boss as a punishment for not having performed well enough at work. And as extreme as that video is, it's really just the razor-sharp tip of a much larger iceberg in which Krista and some of her colleagues were subjected to years of abuse at the hands of an employer who was able to control and manipulate almost every aspect of their lives.
For the whole week, like, I wasn't allowed to sleep.
For me at the time, it was like scary, lonely.
She wanted me to take a picture of like the blood in my mouth. She was like, don't look at her. You have to be strong. Don't show your empathy towards her. It was really scary. The wooden frame of the door, like I had to like hit my head like as hard as possible. I had like concussion like symptoms.
But before we can begin to understand all of that, let me very quickly get you up to speed with that first story I reported that had led me to speaking to Krista 4 years ago. So, back in 2021, People Make Games published a video titled How Game Publishers Buy Crunch Overseas. We'd wanted to investigate a part of—
Let's go see what they've worked on. Brandeville Studios. We'll do some investigation. So yeah, they've closed already. But yeah, you can see like they've worked on some. I don't know, what have they worked on? I wish they included like the title that they've also worked on. Like, what is this for? Is this for the Wukong game, or is this just like a temple? I know they've worked on Age of Empires. There's another one. I think the video goes into it. This looks like WoW almost. Why is it so low res? But yeah, the owner is like fled. They're in China somewhere.
In development that typically gets very, very little attention from the media. And so we told the story of two game studios which most of our audience had never heard of before, despite their contributions to games like The Last of Us, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Gears of War 4...
Yeah, okay, so he's listing it out already. Warcraft 3 Reforged, holy shit, no wonder.
3 Reforged. And that's because these two companies, Lemon Sky Studios based in Malaysia and Brandeville Studios based in Indonesia, are what people in the business of making games call external developers, or maybe outsourcers. This means they get hired by clients like Naughty Dog or the Coalition or whoever it may be to create, in this case, art assets that will be then used for their games. It costs an awful lot less to hire a game artist in Kuala Lumpur than it does in, say, Vancouver, and as a result, outsourcing to lower income countries has played a huge, huge role in how games are actually made. But as our reporting uncovered, the potential for exploitation here is significant. We found that employees at each of these companies were routinely expected to work long stretches of unpaid overtime at the expense of their health. We're talking weeks straight, sometimes months, of artists sleeping in the office, working weekends, and late into the night in order to meet deadlines which simply could not be met otherwise. Here's my closing line from that video back in 2021. And at some point, if that keeps on happening, then crunch culture is no longer an unfortunate side effect of the business. It is in fact the product that's being purchased. So yeah, we published our investigation and well, not much changed really. Publicly at least, I think the most consequential thing I saw happen in its aftermath was a panel at an event called the External Developers Summit, which had been put together in direct response to our reporting. It was called Let's Talk About Crunch. And in fact, one of the bosses of the two studios, Ken Lai of Brandeville, was actually invited to take part, which was great. Although, do you know who wasn't invited? Literally anybody who could speak to the actual experiences of the actual workers doing the actual crunch that we'd just uncovered. All they really seem able to do is ask someone like Ken Lai, is there much crunch happening at your company? And he's like, no, there's not.
I don't agree that developers sell the crunch to Southeast Asia. Instead, the developer is the key to bring the great value to these two countries.
And nobody challenges him on this, despite our reporting having shone the spotlight on employees who said they spent months working at that office until 3 AM in the morning. Or one put it quite bluntly that, and I quote, "You are not treated as human." For the next 3 years, both Lemon Sky and Brandeville Studios continued on, and the games industry continued to rely on their services in order to ship its games, without, as far as I can tell, any meaningful push to improve the working conditions of the artists doing that work. This was until just a few months ago when news broke that Brandeville had shut down, and that moment would prove to be the catalyst for its former employees to rush forward and share the true horror of what had been going on behind its doors. And at the very centre of these allegations was Krista Sidney and her story.
So I joined the company in February 2019. I applied as a concept artist but didn't pass the portfolio at the time.
Krista was instead offered a marketing position, which she accepted, but things got off to a rocky start.
Where is this person now? Are they still on like ArtStation? I wonder. Wait, is that how you... She's probably on ArtStation. Let's see if they're still in the games industry. Indonesian concept artist. Okay, this is probably her. When was this posted? 6 years ago. I feel like maybe she's taken a break from games, which is probably good on her. What's up, Zakaria? Yeah, this is what Zakaria made. It's actually pretty dope. She's all yours. No, I don't need her. I can make my own waifus.
After she'd raised her voice to the company's CEO, Ken Lai, during a disagreement over how some business cards had been printed, and given she was still on probation at the time, she presumed this incident would now see her let go from the company. But it wasn't actually Ken Lai who would make that decision. It was his wife, Cherry Lai, who ran the day-to-day operations at Brandeville, and ultimately, that decision would be up to her.
Just as she was about to announce that I was going to be kicked out, she said that God talked to her, and so like she said she's going to take me under her wing and give me like 2 weeks to prove myself.
Krista describes this new relationship between herself and Cherry as something resembling a mentorship, at least to begin with, anyway.
If anything, because I was like in such a vulnerable position, I was like very grateful that I received a second chance.
But she said this dynamic began to shift in early 2020 as Jakarta entered lockdown during the COVID pandemic, and as Krista and several of her co-workers moved into the studio itself to live there full time. It's worth quickly understanding just a little about the building where all of this is happening. Brandeville Studios was based here in central Jakarta, with most staff working either on the first or the second floor of these offices. Then on the ground floor, you've got
I think I said like they were in Malaysia. They aren't here. I got mistaken because Indonesia is really close. They're just like the next island over.
Lobby and reception area, as you might expect, but also a set of dorm rooms, which house a select few employees who've been invited to not just work here, but live here as well. And they're not the only ones, because 3 floors above them is a bedroom belonging to Ken and Cherry Lai. Several of the employees who lived here during that period have told me that Cherry Lai developed a strict schedule for the way in which they were meant to use their time each day.
5:30 a.m. we need to wake up and then like pray to God, and then like 6 a.m. we need to like go do our exercise, and then 8 a.m. shower, 9 a.m. be at the office, and then even like what time we need to drink water, like she also like put it like in the schedule, and then what time we eat, what time we go to bed. So that kind of thing.
That schedule also included a weekly prayer meeting, which employees told me was considered mandatory. It was also a Christian prayer meeting because Cherry Lai is Christian. But their employees weren't, not necessarily. In fact, the vast majority of Indonesians identify as Muslim, and these particular employees practiced a range of different religions at the time, but the mandatory prayer meeting they needed to attend was always Christian. Cherry's relationship with certain staff members during this period also became increasingly personal.
Slowly,
what the fuck is prison? It gets worse.
Started to like divide us.
When Krista first moved to the studio, she shared her dorm room with another employee.
And don't forget,
Linda, and the two of them had.
Pause. And don't forget, like, They're working on stuff getting sent to Riot. They're working on stuff getting sent to Microsoft, EA. Like, this is not some tiny ass studio. This is like a proper AAA outsource.
Actually been close ever since their college days together.
They're working on
this
stuff
was until, according to Krista,
being
and
sent
other
to
employees
Blizzard,
I've spoken to, Cherry
which is
took
now
an active
Microsoft.
interest in their relationship.
She started to gossip about Yolanda to me, started to like try to get me to be suspicious of her. She told me that, oh, like you and I we're the same, like we're like popular girls, and then like Yolanda is like more of a nerdy girl. But like before that, like we never had like any problem with each other.
Several former employees told me that they believe Cherry intentionally meddled in the personal relationships of her staff, and that this was especially true for women.
She has like this Excel sheet, like the list of like the people she considers like her friends in her life, and number one was me. So it made me like felt special at the time.
These one-on-one conversations, however, would then feel extremely at odds with the way in which Cherry would criticize and discipline Krista and other employees during the workday.
Let's say if I make a mistake and then she will scold me publicly. Sometimes, if she really feels angry or whatever, she would just call names. Maybe like stupid, you piece of shit, you bitch, yeah, all those kind of words. And then privately, she will say something like, you know, I spoke to you publicly so people don't attack you, but actually you are fine.
When the former Brandeville employees came forwards with their stories in early September, they came with receipts. Some of these have been shared publicly online already on social media, while others have been sent to Be Public Games as part of our own investigation. And as a result of that, I've now read through hundreds of messages which employees say Cherry sent to them either privately or in group chats with other staff members. And these messages show her regularly threatening to fire her employees for the smallest perceived mistakes, or using language that is just totally demeaning and inappropriate. These messages paint a picture of an easily irritated and usually erratic leader who expects and often receives complete subservience from her employees, who she in turn then micromanages to an extreme. Despite Krista often receiving the very worst of this attention, she and a few other employees were at the same time ostracized by the rest of the company because they were seen as being utterly devoted to Cherry.
All of us know that Krista is struggling. One of my friends mentioned that Krista cried several times after being scolded like this, but she still became Cherry's loyalist. She and some of the others had been brainwashed by Cherry.
They did not like me at all. If they do something wrong, I probably tell it directly to Cherry. I didn't really have much friends at the time because like most of the people hate me.
This isolation was also extended to their families as well.
Yeah, so she's always like convinced me and like other people actually that you know, like family and friends, like they're just like your burden. Like if you want to succeed, like you have to basically like set them aside.
For me at the time, it was like scary, lonely. I didn't have someone to talk to. I didn't feel like I don't have any friends. I cannot trust anyone, even like probably my family.
I mentioned earlier that as part of our reporting on crunch conditions at Brandeville, I'd first contacted Krista back in 2021, where she told me, and I quote, "I know some people say this place is tough to work at, and I agree, it's a very disciplined company, which is why I think it's great, because as an artist, we tend to let bad habits like slacking off get the better of us. I love the fact that they accepted us no matter where we're from and who we are, so I'm happy to say it's also a very woman-friendly environment." Krista has since told me that in fact this whole email exchange that we had been dictated to her by Cherry Lai. But perhaps the more surprising revelation, for me anyway, was that in the aftermath of our video having been published, Krista actually recorded her own video in defense of Brandeville Studios, which was then shared with organizations like the External Developer Summit, who she told me was threatening to blacklist Brandeville from the event going forwards because of what our reporting had uncovered. And in this video, Krista is visibly overcome with emotion about how much Brandeville means to her and how thankful she is to both Ken and Cherry Lai.
Even my family, they know how life-changing it has been for me to work here. They saw me, like, you know, my mom has seen me change. It really touches me when I saw like how much my mom supports me working here. It's something that is very special for me.
This video was later shown to other employees at Brandenville, some of whom remember feeling extremely uncomfortable as they watched it.
Even at that time where Cherry showed us that video, Krista is really proud and was tearing up too, because she was like, yeah, I'm doing that gladly, Mrs. Cherry, something like that. And then we're like,
Who's that guy who works, who worked on Elden Ring, who pops in chat here and there? God, I forgot his name. He's that Indian guy, but he works in outsourcing, I think. You can ask him how it's like. It's probably not nearly as bad as Brandenville. Like, this is hopefully an edge case. But yeah, you can ask him how it's like.
okay, girl, you need help, but you don't know.
We asked a representative from XDS if they remember receiving this video, and here's a response I got from its executive director. I do
From what
remember
I've
seeing that
heard,
video, but
it's
I don't
not
believe it
very
was sent to XDS
great.
directly. I think a colleague shared it with me at the time. And yes, I think you're right that we didn't know what was truly happening at Brandenville, which may have been the reason we gave Kenlai a platform to address the issues of crunch. I'm sorry to hear the situation has worsened, and I do think it's a good thing that you're shedding light in order to mitigate this from happening at other studios. The situation has worsened is one way to put it. I think it's worth reminding ourselves here that this was an outsourcing company for the video games industry, because I think as we need to delve into some of the more coercive and violent behavior happening behind closed doors, it might be easy to lose sight of that. But to be clear, Brandenville Studios, since we last reported on its crunch in 2021, has contributed to games like Age of Empires 4, as well as the now cancelled sci-fi project from Deviation Games before it shut down earlier this year, and even Ubisoft's upcoming Assassin's Creed Shadows. Krista recalls a turning point being the next external developer summit that took place that year in Canada, and that she would be attending in person along with Ken, Cherry, and several colleagues.
And she told me to keep being awake. I wasn't allowed to sleep. So like for the whole week, like I wasn't allowed to sleep. I had to like work with her. She was like really micromanaging everything. I had to like work while I had like Google Meet on, and then like shared my screen so she can monitor if I'm like asleep or not.
Krista told me that Cherry seemed to require very little sleep herself, and sometimes she would expect the same from her employees, but this was on a whole different level. She also clarified that when she's talking about a week there, she actually means a 4-day stretch building up to the flight over to Canada, and I asked her during those 4 days how much in total she thinks she slept.
Probably like a couple of minutes. I took like some 5-minute breaks to the toilet. I think like the first time I finally slept was on the plane.
And at the event itself, there was a problem.
So we took a group picture like at XDS.
I wouldn't say that, Zakaria, not in
her
like
legs were like so
this
swollen
context.
from not sleeping that she couldn't attend the event. It just so happened that I was standing in the middle of the picture, and then Kenlai was standing like in the corner, and she got like really mad. She told me that, oh, like you stood in the middle
It's
of the
not a
picture
very
when
tactful
it's
thing to
supposed to be like
say.
the CEO. Basically I was bringing harm and danger to Kenlai as the CEO. So I got like in a really big trouble because of that. She told me to write like some sentences like 100 times and then like submit to her as proof.
Here is Krista reading those same sentences back today.
I am Krista Sidney. I am very sorry because I am not humble and I am lying. I gave excuses. I suck because I used lazy as my excuse today. The truth is I am greedy, selfish, and I think dirty and nasty.
Krista has also shared WhatsApp messages with People Make Games from this trip, which appear to show Cherry dictating who Krista is allowed to talk to, including whether she's allowed to speak to someone delivering takeout or to the cashier at a 7-Eleven. Other messages see Cherry writing a long, rambling screed about how Krista needs to accept God into her life, comments about Krista's parents and their marital problems, and finally, a demand that Krista should fear her and fear God in order to succeed. In the following
Fear
days,
God.
Krista claims to have tried to resign
Jesus
from Brandenville
Christ.
Studios, although she says that Cherry would not allow this to happen.
I had a phone call with her like late at night. I told her that I wanted to resign because like I really couldn't handle it anymore. I felt like I was being a burden because like everything I did led to her like being angry. So it really felt useless. Felt like I'm being a burden to like basically like everyone. And then she said that I'm not allowed to resign because I had a lot of debt to her.
According to Krista, Cherry had explained that this debt had been accrued over the course of her time at Brandeville, during moments in which Cherry had brought her along to expensive meals, purchased her gifts, or invited her to staycations during the pandemic.
And also like the hours that she spent like talking to us, even though it's basically like nonsense, but like she said like it's basically like educating us. So she said that she's invested like all of this like for years at that point, like 3 years going on. She said like I still have to repay my debt. So I wasn't allowed to resign.
After returning from this trip, the abuse Krista would receive reached a totally new extreme.
Imagine like this is Cherry and here is Krista. She'll told Krista like, oh, you ugly fat pig, step back. So she have to move back and hide herself because Cherry doesn't want to see Krista. And then after that, she was like, move again. So she started like, okay, and then keep. And then even though she was treated that way, Krista still has to put a smile on her face.
Cherry said that if she asked Krista to eat a dead rat, Krista would do it. And I was like, I'm sorry, a dead rat?
She kept like commenting on my weight specifically, like in front of like everyone. Like she would say like, oh, Chris is like ugly and fat. If like she keeps like being like ugly and fat, like she would get fired.
During a period in which Krista and two other members of the marketing team were working from the front desks of Brandeville Studios and another building elsewhere in the city, Krista's appearance was being heavily micromanaged by Cherry. In the next clip, you're going to hear Krista use the term QC, as in quality control, which is something you might usually expect to hear when describing feedback on, for example, marketing assets that you're working on and not the clothes you're wearing on your body.
We need to every morning take a picture like of our like full body, like neck down, show her like our outfit that day, and then she would like QC it. She would tell us like if we look like fat or like our clothing is like professional or not. And then like she would comment like my body like needs like more diet, that kind of thing.
It was also in this later period that Cherry's punishments for Krista became more and more physical. While Krista told me that much of this happened privately, some did also take place in public. For example, one meeting in early 2023 saw Krista being humiliated as some kind of lesson for the few other Brandeville employees in attendance.
She told Krista to kneel down, her arms straight up. She will like told us like, don't look at her. You have to be strong. Don't show your empathy towards her. Something like that. It was really scary. How can I not feel sorry if I see someone treated that way?
She doesn't know the word kneel, so every time like she would say like bow down, and then like I would like bow, but then like she get like angry because I didn't understand like what she was saying, and then I had to like kneel. She told like a couple of people to go inside the room and like see me like kneeling for hours.
In private, things were getting much worse. Krista said that to begin with, Cherry would ask her to slap her own face lightly like this in order to wake herself up if she looked lethargic or if she'd made a small mistake. But soon, this would no longer be enough, and she would ask her to do it harder and harder.
The earliest record that I have was like a recording of me hitting myself like in the mouth until like I bled, and then she wanted me to take a picture of like the blood in my mouth.
The most extreme version of this, you've already seen some of. It's the video in which Krista hits herself as hard as she can across her face 100 times. Now, I've seen that full video, I've counted each slap as it lands, and the thing that has stuck with me the most, other than the sheer violence of it, is the expression on Krista's face throughout.
I'll be right back.
It's the same Krista that I've spoken to, but also it's not. It's like she's on autopilot, like she's not really even there. Krista claims that in most cases she was asked to slap herself in private or over a video call, but in this case, because it was a recording that she then needed to send to Cherry, we actually have a screenshot of the chat log when that footage was sent. It reads, "Hi Mrs. Cherry, noted, will do. I would like to report that I have slapped myself 100 times and on my way to Brandeville Studios. Thank you." Cherry replies, "I don't believe. How to prove?" 3 minutes later, Krista sends the video to Cherry, who then replies, "Did I ask you, send me? You can't directly without asked. Impolite." Impolite, that's the word she chooses to use in this moment, having just, presumably, watched her employee do that to herself. I can't get over the coldness of that, the slightly disinterested, irritated callousness of it. Impolite. I asked Krista how many other people at Brandeville Studios at the time knew that this was happening to her.
So throughout like 2023, I believe like no one else like knew, because like it happened like either I was already like in my rented place, and then like she called me and then like she told me to like slap myself, or it happens like when I'm meeting her like late at night at the office, just like the two of us.
Krista told me that she believes Ken Lai, Cherry's partner and the CEO of the company, was also unaware of this physical side of the abuse. She said when it came to the rest that he saw some of it happen and seemed to feel uncomfortable about it, but most of the time these things would happen when he just wasn't in the room. There's also another video, this time recorded by Cherry Lai herself, in which she's berating a visibly confused and dazed looking Krista outside a room on the 3rd floor of Brandeville Studios. I'm gonna play a bit of that video for you now. We're gonna include some subtitles that we've written, and then Krista is going to explain in her own words what she claims has just happened to her.
I'm very sorry, Mrs. Cherry.
You lie, you say sorry to me for what? You lie, then you need to tell the truth.
Okay.
What is the truth? What's the truth?
She told me to hit my head against the wall. So it was like the wooden frame of the door. Like I had to like hit my head like as hard as possible. I thought like she was like joking, right? But no, like she apparently she wanted me to like hit as hard as possible until like I had like concussion like symptoms. And in that video, like when she was berating me, I was already like delirious because of like the impact, and then I had like my vision became like all white for like a couple of seconds, and then like my ears rang, and then I had like a migraine, and basically like I was like really like out of it. And then she tried to like gaslight me into thinking that I was like a liar because I didn't like remember, because like, well, I just hit my head.
We also need to take a moment to talk about financial abuse here, because there are at least 2 examples of which we've been told about. We're going to start with one of Krista's co-workers first, Caesar. He told us that each month he sent a large portion of his salary to Cherry Lai in order for her to help him control his spending habits.
Like she knows like I like to buy stuff, and my money management wasn't good. So I was like, okay, like I trust her.
Caesar told me that he was left with just enough to cover his essential needs each month, but if he then wanted to make an additional purchase, something that was considered a luxury, he would then need to ask Cherry's permission as to whether or not he could do that, and it was up to her to decide whether or not that purchase should be made. I asked Caesar how often Cherry would say yes in these moments compared to no.
Mostly no. From that moment, like I didn't buy anything much, basically.
What makes this dynamic potentially even worse is that according to Caesar, he doesn't actually know how much money he will have sent to Cherry in total as part of this arrangement, because in his words, it was Cherry who managed all of these finances and had the spreadsheets and looked after those numbers. And when he left Brandeville a few years later, I asked him, well, what happened to those funds?
She didn't give me back, so like I think she stole it or something, but she didn't give it back.
Caesar told me that if you were to hazard a guess, he likely gave Cherry somewhere in the region of 5 million Indonesian rupiah as part of this arrangement. That works out at just over a month's full pay. On top of this, when it seemed like Caesar was going to resign from the company in 2021, he claims that Cherry told him, in fact, he owed the company over 200 million Indonesian rupiah, several multiples of his total annual salary. As you can see in this invoice that he provided us with, part of this is due to a Unity certification test that he'd taken, and then this gigantic chunk at the top here was for a training program he claims to have not even started yet, which would have seen him become an instructor at the yet-to-be-built Brandeville Academy, a school for new artists in Indonesia headed up by Ken Lai. Caesar was eventually fired from Brandeville Studios a few months later, but not before he claims to have paid back 7 million Indonesian rupiah, leaving just 20% of his paycheck intact each month. Krista's personal finances were also tangled up with Cherry's own as well. In the final months of Brandeville Studios, before it would declare bankruptcy, Krista was, on paper at least, being paid a decent salary.
Basically, like, she told the finance that my salary was 18.5 million. But then, like, she told me that that was actually her money, and she's basically just like using, basically like kind of like putting it temporarily in my account. So I was not in the right state of mind to think that that is anything suspicious, because like she didn't give me like space to think, because first of all, severe sleep deprivation. Second of all, like she sent me a message like almost every hour, so I had to I didn't have like time to think of anything else rather than like respond or like work.
Krista has shared WhatsApp messages with Peanut Games dating from April to June of 2024, in which she can be seen informing Cherry on multiple occasions how much she's received that month from her salary, and then Cherry appears to dictate what she then needs to do with it.
So each month I was only supposed to keep like 1.5 million, and then like the rest, 17 million, I need to withdraw, exchange to Hong Kong dollars, and then like pass it to her. Or I have to buy her like stuff, like a lot of like expensive clothes and like expensive items.
Doesn't sound great, does it? Sounds a bit fraudy, actually. But hey, if you're wondering what Cherry makes of these allegations, what her response to that might be, as well as everything else in this video, we have actually had a small amount of communication with her, and it was weird, and I'm going to tell you about that later on in this video. But needless to say, she did not respond to this specific allegation. Now, there's one more story I want to tell you about before we get to how all of this came to an end. It's from a woman that you've not heard from yet. Her name is Shifiana Afiati, or Shifa for short, and she was for a time the business development manager at Brandeville Studios. While working at Brandeville in late 2022, Shifa became pregnant with her second child, and this pregnancy, she told me, was really difficult to manage alongside her work life, which was extremely taxing, but also specifically because of the actions of Cherry Lai.
He didn't care if we're pregnant. If she asked us to go for a meeting with her after working hours, we need to attend. And again, when I was pregnant, sometimes I had a meeting with her until 1 a.m. in the morning and until 3 a.m. in the morning. It was quite intense.
In early 2023, while in her second trimester, Shitha began to hemorrhage. She was rushed to hospital, where she was informed by the medical team there that she needed to stay at the hospital and get as much bed rest as possible. At the same time, Shiva tells me there was an issue involving a project that she'd been managing at work, and while in hospital, she was contacted by Brandeville employees, first asking her to come into the office for a meeting, and then later asking if she could work remotely from her hospital bed, answering emails and responding to clients. She declined both options and eventually even asked to resign from the company altogether in order to just focus on her own health and the health of her unborn child.
At the time, Cherry Lai was the one who contacting me. He said that he was really mad because I'm resigning, and she even blamed at my husband. Is it your husband again? You abandon your future, your dream job because of your husband again? She said, okay, just take a leave, but you cannot resign.
2 weeks later, Shifa gave birth to her second child, a little boy called Oslan. He was born more than 2 months prematurely and was immediately transferred to a neonatal intensive care unit. Over the coming weeks, Shifa would visit Oslan there each morning, with the hospital being relatively close to the Brandville offices.
Sometimes if I have time after I visit my son, I come to Brandonville to chit chat with Brandonville colleagues, just to have someone to talk with.
Going to bed? Alright. Take care,
I
Zakaria.
noticed about that
Good night.
I already chit chat with my friend, and
How long
she
is
asked me
this?
if I can.
If you guys want to watch more of this, it's right here. 100 slaps, the breaking news the games industry ignored in 2024. But yeah, pretty rough thing to watch, but that's why I think outsourcing is a dumb idea. Ugh. Starting to get early. The sun's rising. This area doesn't look very good. It doesn't flow, it's clashing. Visually clashing. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to have that there. If this... Yeah, this has to be underneath. This has to be underneath this plate here. Otherwise, it's just not going to work very well. Yeah. There's an overlap issue. The limbs. We need to do this and then add in more plates going back to connect. Like this should be over here. On the female mesh is way up there. Let's go do the same. Whoops. I should probably go to sleep soon. I need to get my schedule back. Which means I shouldn't go to sleep soon. Because it's 7:30 a.m. What is this? Oh, okay. You know, it would be really nice for breakfast. I should go get some, I should get some, like, youtiao? Yeah, it's called. What is it? It's like the fried, yeah, youtiao. It's this here. We can get it. You can get this in, Malaysia. It's very nice. You can get this and, get like a cup of soy milk. As I'm one of those soy boys, right? Gotta soy boy it up with my soy milk. Gotta get my daily dose of estrogen. Otherwise, I won't be able to make a DEI game. People think I'm trolling when I say I'm gonna make a DEI game. I'm not trolling. I'm just keeping with the times. Let's see if that one place is open. Oh wow, everyone's ordering breakfast right now. Okay, sorry for the wait. I ordered breakfast. When food gets here, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go watch some more Andor. Andor season 2. Might get some more done off stream if I have the energy. But yeah, probably be another stream later tonight. I don't really have any other plans. Why is this? Make sure this is all the same polygroup. How do we do this part? This is still a very weird area to sculpt. I'll work on this later. I don't really have any ideas. No ideas coming to mind. We could add more straps going this way, I guess. Because this area feels a bit like unfinished. Well, not unfinished, not detailed well enough. Maybe one here. Oops. And then we can do like a raspberry Twizzler kind of texture here. Look at that. I think I'll work on this like off stream or like after I wake up. I feel like I'm gonna fuck it up if I work on it right now. Oh, we're out of music. Is my food here yet? Not yet. We'll keep going. We're on that Sigma grind set.
Welcome to my world. Won't you come on in? Miracles, I guess, still happen now and then. Step into my heart. Leave your cares behind. Welcome to my world, built with you in mind. Knock and the door Seek and you will find.
I feel like maybe that second coffee was a mistake.
Ask and you'll be given the key to this world of mine. I'll be waiting here with my arms unfurled, waiting just for you. Welcome to my world. Waiting just for you. Welcome to my
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
I don't want to set the world on fire, honey. I love you too much. I just want to start a great big flame down in your heart. You see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire. And that one desire is you. And I know nobody else ain't gonna do.
I've lost all ambition or worldly acclaim. I just wanna be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
It's
there's too much stone, too much telephone, there's too much of everything but trees and hills. It's so peaceful in the country. It's so simple and quiet. Someday you're bound to try it. The only place to be, the place for you and me, where it's peaceful in the country. The skyline of New York is a splendid sight. I know Chicago's loop is magical at night. The natives of Cleveland, of Frisco and Boston, and natives of cities a stranger gets lost in. All of them claim that their city's the best. From deep in the south and from out in the west, perhaps it's all true, but from my point of view,
It's so peaceful in the country. It's so simple and quiet. Someday you're bound to try it.
the only place to be, the place for you and me, where it's peaceful in the country.
What good would it do for tears would fill my eyes, my heart would realize that our romance I'll never love again. I'm so in love with you. I'll never thrill again to somebody new. Within my heart, I know I will never start to smile again until I smile at you. Within my heart, I know I will never start to smile again until I smile at you. Until I smile at
this couldn't happen again. This is that once in a lifetime. This is the thrill divine. What's more, this never happened before. Though I have prayed for a lifetime that such as you would suddenly be mine, mine to hold as I'm holding you now, and yet never so near, mine to have when the now and the here disappear. What matters dear for when this doesn't happen again. We'll have this moment forever, but never, never again. We'll have this moment forever, but never, never again.
Till then, my darling, please wait for me. Till then, no matter when, it will be someday. I know I'll be back again. Please wait. Till then, our dreams will live though we are apart. Our love, I know we'll keep in our hearts. Till then, when all the world will be free, please wait for me. Although there are oceans we must cross and mountains that we must climb, I know every game must have a loss. So pray that our loss is nothing but time. Till then, let's dream of what there will be. Till then, we'll call on each memory. Till then, when I will hold you again, please wait. Till then, although there are oceans we must cross and mountains that we must climb, Till then, let's dream of what there will be. Till then, we'll call on each memory. Till then, when I will hold you again, please wait.
It seems we stood and talked like this before. We looked at each other in the same way then, but I can't remember where or when. The clothes you're wearing are the clothes you wore. The smile you are smiling, you were smiling then, but I can't remember where or when.
Nice balls. Thanks, Rusty.
Things that happened for the first time.
Do you look at balls often, Rusty? Is that why you know? Is that why you know if they're nice or not?
And so it seems that we've met
Oh.
before and laughed before and loved before, but who knows where or when?
Never thought that you would be standing here so close to me. There's so much I feel that I should say, but words can wait.
You know what? I kind of believe you.
Some other
that sounds like a Rusty thing.
kiss me once, kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. Haven't felt like this, my dear, since can't remember when. It's been a long, long time. just how empty they all seemed without you. So kiss me once, kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. Kiss me once, kiss me twice, kiss me once again. It's been a long, 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 long time. Haven't felt like this, my dear, since can't remember when. It's been a long, 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 long time. You never know how many dreams I dreamed about you, or just how empty they all seemed without you. So kiss me once, and kiss me twice, and kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. It's been a long.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna poke my eye out here. This is a very awkward angle to sculpt that. It's like I have a loaded gun pointed at me. Jesus.
Can warm my heart now that I've known the comfort of your arms. No other love. Oh, the sweet contentment that I find with you every time, every time. No other lips could want you more.
It's like a Christmas story. Don't shoot your eye out.
Forever yours. I was blessed with love to love you till the stars burn out above you, till the moon is but a silver shell. No other love, let no other love know the wonder of your spell.
They pee like a pressure washer? Yeah, probably. You need something to remove rust off of sheet metal? There we go. It'll blast the shit right off that metal.
I was blessed with love to love you till the stars burn out above you.
Need a sidewalk cleaned? There we go. You need to disperse a crowd? We've got solutions. Guys, I gotta go. It's been 5 hours. My breakfast is here. Take care, guys. See ya, Rusty. You're late, Rusty. You missed out on some amazing Chinese music. Bye. Take care.